Good evening. I am calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:30 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with the quorum present. We will now move to our pledges and then the reading of our Fort Worth ISD vision and mission statements, which would be led by our Western Hills High School JROTC cadets.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. The Fort Worth ISD mission is preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership.
The vision of Fort Worth ISD is igniting in every child a passion for learning.
Good evening, President Dr. Rodriguez, Superintendent Dr. Ramsey, and members of the board. Tonight we have two groups to recognize. At this time, I invite trustees to come down and greet our guests. Tonight, we recognize our greeters from Western Hills High School JROTC and Young Men's Leadership Academy JROTC. These exceptional students embody the spirit of leadership, commitment, and community service that is at the heart of the JROTC program. Please join me in thanking Cadet Captain Xavier Garcia, Cadet First Lieutenant David Curry L., Cadet Technical Sergeant Janet Mesa, Cadet Staff Sergeant Shelby Robinson, Cadet Airman Julia Tanis, from Young Men's Leadership Academy we have Cadet Flores, Cadet Carter, Cadet Tang, and Cadet Palacio. The program at Western Hills High School is led by Senior Aerospace Science Instructor for the Air Force, JROTC Colonel Russell Maliski. And from Young Men's Leadership Academy, we have Sergeant Major Anthony Oliver. Our next group is representatives from the District Counseling Services. The district has celebrated School Counselors Week February 5th through 9th, honoring the hard work and dedication of our counseling staff. Across the district, our counselors work to ensure not only the college, career, and military readiness of our students, but also the emotional needs of our student body. Our counselors are often the first to emotionally connect with our students and serve as a connection between the school and home. We thank them for their tireless efforts and honor their hard work. More than 100,000 school counselors nationwide participated in this special week. And here in Fort Worth ISD, we celebrated our very own 235 amazing school counselors. The school counselors honored today were peer nominated based on demonstrating exceptional traits related to the role of a school counselor within their respective levels. Please join us in congratulating them. We have Tamika McGee at Como Elementary. Natalie Guerrero at Estes Dillo Elementary. Idma Morin at HV Helbing Elementary. Chuck Hayes at Western Hills Primary. Nydia Escobar at Diamond Hill Elementary. Rachel Case at Boulevard Heights, Joe Kelly and Transition Center. Mary Witchman at Stripling Middle. Martha Jenkins at Leonard Middle. Lonnie Teal at Leonard Middle. Patricia Salazar at Meacham Middle. Kelly Spell Hernandez at Trimble Tech High School. Jamelia Smith at Western Hills High School. Nidra Simmons at O.D. White High School. Crystal Torres at Polytechnic High School. Dr. Kimberly Guess at Dunbar High School. Director Christina Galanis. Director Angela Hicks. Executive Director Dr. Sandra D. Benavides. And Dr. Tamika Brown. Thank you for your hard work and dedication to our students. Trustees, you may now return to the dais. Thank you.
Again, thank you to our cadets for being here this evening. We truly appreciate the work our counselors do for our students and our district as a whole. I will turn it over to Dr. Ramsey for their final recognition.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Trustees, during February, the district has been observing Black History Month in many ways. From campus programs and concerts to stories featuring Black history icons from the Fort Worth ISD community on both social media and our website. In fact, on the monitors in this chamber, you will see the history makers that are a part of our Wall of Fame. We've been privileged to talk to some of them as they continue to blaze a trail. We would like to share parts of those conversations with you now.
When we talk about Black history, we're talking about the history of all of us.
Black history matters because it's important to recognize those who paved the way.
I wanted to teach music, and I heard a beautiful sound when I went to a church. I said, oh, I like that. But it's something about gospel music that the kids love.
Fort Worth ISD has some amazing trailblazers that have blazed a trail for our students that are African American, and they need to know about it.
We want to take the time to say you are worth being thought of as being a hero in our city. General Michael E. Langley, he was named the first African American the highest ranking person who received 4 stars with the Marine Corps.
We have leaders like Opal Lee, who is the grandmother of the Juneteenth celebration.
I'm everybody's grandma.
She is right here from Fort Worth, and our students need to know that.
I just feel like there's so much more that has to be done.
They need to see people in leadership and in the community that look like them, that give them aspiration and someone to look up to and something to aspire to.
But if people have been taught to hate, they can be taught to love.
When we celebrate Black history, what we're really doing is acknowledging that we cannot be where we are without the contributions of Black people.
I'm Dr. Langston. I'm the athletic director. I'm the one that worked to try to get flag football to this district so that we could do something that nobody else in Texas is doing right now. Leaders care about the people they are honored to lead. I've made that a part of who I am. The opportunity to be the first African-American female president of the NIAAA, that would not have come about without the support of the leadership of this district.
Good job, guys. And to be able to have that opportunity to celebrate them from not only from a history standpoint, just from a human standpoint of what they have done, and that way we continue to pass that on to generations down.
And let me call your attention to an art piece that's on the wall in the hall, and I want you to go by there and read that.
Education is the
pathway to a world of opportunity.
The more education you have, the more opportunities you have to show your talent.
I had the opportunity to sit on a panel with Judge Clifford Davis, and I've met Judge Hicks, and these people are phenomenal in every sense of the word.
Black history is American history, with the good, the bad, but for me it is a glorious, joyful history, because we have overcome.
I stand on the shoulders of so many people who sacrificed and did so much.
Fort Worth ISD alum are pillars of our society that have grown up right here in our neighborhoods in our city of Fort Worth, that have gone on to literally change the world.
Fort Worth ISD, you're on the map for greatness.
I want to thank our communications team for doing an outstanding job on the video, and all of our icons for being so giving of their time to allow us a little bit of themselves and sharing of their story. So with that, I turn it back over to Dr. Rodriguez.
I echo your thoughts. That was a wonderful video, and thank you, Trustee Bridges and Phillips, for contributing, and to all our leaders in Fort Worth ISD. So thank you, Dr. Ramsey and team. Next on the agenda is the ESSER update. Back to you, Dr. Ramsey.
Thank you. Our CFO is up at the podium and ready to present. Carmen, we're ready to hear from you on the ESSER update.
Members of the board, Dr. Ramsey. Carmen Arieta Candelaria, I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the district, and I'm here to give an ESSER 3 funding update to the board. As just to reflect on where this came from. This resulted from almost 4 years ago through the CARES Act that was enacted and provided these funds to districts across the nation. The Safe Return to In-Person Instruction and Continuity of Services Plan that we've been presenting for the last few years. It's not required after September 30th, 2023, but I am here this evening to continue that transparency and continue to provide a report to all of you and to the community. We want to continue to provide this information to all of you. And with that, just to remind the board and the community of the various categories that the district selected back in 2020 that was within the guidelines that were provided by TEA, and we broke up the funds into 5 different categories, starting with supported teachers, rigorous instructional materials, creating some more time for learning, empowering parents through family engagement activities and providing wraparound services, and then other priorities, primarily technology and facilities and infrastructure projects. What I want to focus on this evening is our focus on academic return on investment. And this was the first phase that we embarked in right around February, March of 2022, where we embarked in a partnership with District Management Group to look at the creation and the alignment of district-wide systems and processes that would help us at the time manage ESSER III funds. And we wanted to understand what the impact and the cost of those funded initiatives. And we went through 3 phases during that time where we looked at how we could analyze these ESSER-funded activities, and we were able to do that. We selected 3, and that's been some of the ongoing conversation that we've had with the board and have been reporting out. The next phase is really taking us into our district strategic budgeting process and AROI. And this is broken down to about 4 phases, but I'm really pleased to report that one of the things that that's really embedded now in our dialogue and the conversations that we've been having about our 24-25 budget is AROI. You can hear it from all of the members of the team, certainly from Dr. Ramsey, about that investment that we're making and what is that return on that investment in the dollars that we're spending, not just ESSER dollars, but all dollars. And that has led the work on the first and foremost in that first phase as that budget process refinement, where we started looking at the not looking at individual funding sources such as federal and state, but also looking at local dollars. And of course, looking at our development of our initiatives inventory, what we're actually incorporating there, and what are the initiatives that we are going to be looking at, ultimately look to measure. And so we're in that second phase of the budget process integration, where we're developing some customized materials into our strategic budgeting playbook. And we're evaluating 3 initiatives, again, developing that bench strength within our organization, going through the AROI Institute, and looking at 3 different initiatives. And then now we're starting our phase 4, which is our budget process integration and ongoing support. And so what you'll see from your lens is you'll see that we've incorporated the strategic budgeting process into our campus improvement plans. So our campus improvement plans will now include all funding for that particular campuses that they direct. So for example, they'll have title funding, they'll have their local fund also, to have a cohesive and comprehensive budget plan that will be placed on each of the campus's websites. So now you see that. You can go download the CIP, but that only contains the federal funding. So part of this process, again, was to look at comprehensive funding. Let's look at what all of the funding and support that we give a campus. So that integration process is happening, and that will be the result when we ultimately post all of those on the website. Additionally, we're creating a repository of resources such as the AROI Toolkit that provides guidance to departments. And also we're going to go through an AROI strategy evaluation plan, which will identify specific initiatives that we want to evaluate over a period of 6 months. And then that way we can evaluate it as a leadership, as a cabinet, and incorporate any initiatives that we want to continue or change into the next budgeting cycle. So these are some of the work that we've been doing over the last year, and I'm really excited about that work. And then in August of 24, we'll bring forward that final report of the use and the impact of ESSER funding year to date. We'll do a project wrap-up, including the challenges, those lessons learned, and what the impact was that on the district. And again, we'll continue the work on the measuring initiatives of success, and then looking at how we continue to incorporate AROI impact into the district. So with that, I also want to at this time recognize I have Merjette Crespo with me. She's our Senior Officer of our Grants and Development, and she's been leading some of the work, along with Ed Patterson, who has been leading the ARO work as well within the department. So I want to recognize the work that they've done to get us to this point. So with that, I stand ready for any questions you may have.
Trustee Jackson?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Just a quick question on implementation. February through June of 2024, will you go live simultaneously on all 143 campuses, or how will that look?
Yes, so the incorporation of the CIP plans, they will all be, they're in the process right now of developing their budgets for 24-25, and then I would assume maybe in July or August, we will populate all of the campus websites with their new plan for 24-25.
And that will be at the same time, so every campus will go live at the same time?
Yes, every campus.
Thank you.
Typically now, just to give you a little bit more information, we typically do that in October we do that in October, which for the year that we're in. So we started looking at part of the alignment is we need to get that in front of people at the beginning of the fiscal year, of that fiscal year, instead of waiting until October, where we're already 3 months into the new year. So we want to get it in front of the community, in front of all of you, and get it in earlier.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Oh, Trustee Bridges?
I'm sorry, I had one question, and I may be jumping ahead of the gun on this question here, so help me if I am. On the, I noticed that we had spent $72,000 on the sex education that came out of the ESSER funding.
Yes.
And I was a bit confused by that.
Absolutely. So if you look back at one of the categories where it says rigorous instructional materials, that specific allocation was allotted at the beginning of the ESSER funding. So that was part of that planned expenditure for ESSER funding for this particular adoption. If you will recall, I think I reported out at one point in time, the state did not fund instructional materials to the full extent. And so we had to plan other funding sources that would be available to fund certain instructional material adoptions. So with regards to the item that's on the agenda right now, it's the first year will be funded from ESSER, and then the ensuing years will be funded by primarily general fund, and so we'll come back to the board for that authorization of that extension in the following year.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ramsey and team. We are up to the board committee and superintendent reports. Are there any comments or questions from any of the trustees concerning the written reports? There are none, so at this time we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda, as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, the board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct a person to visit with staff about the issue. No presentation may exceed 2 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who did not require the assistance of a translator. Speakers, when your name is called, approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the side wall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. Our first speaker is Marisol Herrera, followed by Jill Black and Rosalie Escobedo.
Good evening. Good evening, Fort Worth ISD trustees, staff members, families, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today as your Fort Worth ISD Council of PTA's president for this school year. I'm excited to present the state of the council. District-wide, our council currently has 6,891 members, with 55 local PTAs and 3 newly chartered chapters. We have 15 PTAs in Network 1, 10 in Network 2, 11 in Network 3, 10 in Network 4, and 8 in Schools of Choice. We proudly have one of only 3 special education PTAs in the state. Our goal is to promote and share information about PTA across more areas of the district to increase equity in representation. Advocacy is a core value of our mission. Last year, we participated in the Texas PTA Rally Day, and with your support, took 27 students to Austin to experience the legislative process. This year, we hosted a watch party for Texas PTA Straight Talk 24, a panel discussion on the impact of smartphone technology on our children's mental and emotional health. It was an eye-opening discussion that we hope to continue within our community. We urge you to keep student mental and emotional health in the forefront of your priorities. In addition to these advocacy efforts, our council promotes parent engagement and leadership across the district. We provide annual training opportunities through our delegate meetings and workshops. This year, we also hosted a Fort Worth ISD Family Resource Tour in collaboration with the Department of Student and Family Experience. Our members heard from directors in this department about the many resources available for families and students within the district and visited a Vision Clinic event. Thank you for the opportunity to work together with us, and we invite you to our pyramid engagement meetings that outreach members all across the district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jill Black, followed by Rosalie Escobedo and Missy Cara.
Dr. Ramsey and board, thank you so much for your service to our, what'd you say? Oh, yep, sorry. Thank you so much for your service to our district. My name is Jill Black, and my husband and I have been active parents in Fort Worth ISD for 20 years. My father also served on the Fort Worth ISD school board while I was in high school. I worked in foster care and child abuse prevention for 5 years and taught parents about child sex abuse. I'm speaking today in support of fact-based sex education, not shame-based, but helps them to develop the social and emotional skills they need to become caring and empathetic human beings. Research shows that this kind of sex education early and often prevents child sex abuse, develops healthy relationships in our children, helps appreciation of sexual diversity, dating and intimate partner violence prevention, lower STI rates, and fewer unintended pregnancies. The overwhelming majority of Americans want young people to have fact-based sex education. Extreme groups are funding and organizing a vocal minority of individuals wrongly portrayed as grassroots to stoke fear and outrage around sex education. There are many religious school options or homeschooling for opponents. They can also opt out for lessons. Their view is myopic and not grounded in science, but in a singular belief system that is exclusionary and controlling. Public schools are governmental bodies, and the separation of church and state applies here. Eliminating or censoring sex education puts young people at risk and sets them up for failure instead of
Time.
Hello. Good evening. Fort Worth ISD trustees. I'm Rosalie Escobedo. I'm a Tarrant County taxpayer, and I'm also the executive director of Citizens Defending Freedom, Tarrant County. I'm speaking on agenda item 11D1A pertaining to the approval of the SHAC recommended human sexuality education curriculum. Specifically, I am in support of choosing the best, in that this abstinence-based curriculum is superior and closer in moral alignment to the objective of preserving the purity of the youth. Now, I will note that in an ideal world, there are some components of this curriculum that I would line item veto. Specifically, particularly the items in the curriculum pertaining to the contraceptives, especially Plan B, condom instruction, and any gender fluidity language. However, when a comparison is done between Choosing the Best and HealthSmart, Choosing the Best is the preferred curriculum. Moreover, Choosing the Best meets the requirements, and on February 5th, 2024, the SHAC finalized their decision through a vote formally recommending Choosing the Best to the Board of Trustees as the human sexuality education curriculum to be utilized in the 6th grade Moving to Wellness health course and the high school Health 1 course. I am in agreement with their recommendation, and I ask that you all adopt this recommendation in formal action. Thank you very much.
Missy Kara, followed by Doreen Geiger and Reed Wiltz.
So thank you for taking the necessary steps to comply with the law for the sex education adoption. And I ask for you to vote yes for Choosing the Best. It received the highest scores from both the review committee and SHAC and has been widely supported by the community. And if you're here tonight in support of Choosing the Best, would you please stand up and raise your hand? Board and admin, I ask you to please take a look around this room and think about what could be accomplished if this number of people were actually here to help you instead of coming to fight against you or programs that you've implemented like HealthSmart. The journey to be here to this point has been very long, but not as long as the journey ahead, because this district is actually in a terrible crisis, one that a new sex ed program cannot fix. Huge losses of enrollment, budget deficits, high teacher turnover, discipline issues, and academic failure are just some of the critical symptoms that are in need of immediate intervention. And I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to address everyone in here about it tonight. Fort Worth ISD is in need of a new local strategy, and it's one that requires personal sacrifice and commitment for the sake of our kids and community. Some simple ways to do this are things like reading with students, helping to monitor playgrounds, food and clothing drives, or providing teacher support, just to name a few. Everyone in here has different skills, gifts, and interests, and I ask who among you are willing to help, even if it's just once. If you are, would you please remain standing and plan to make a commitment to either connect with the main office at 817-814-2000 or at your local school campus and then ask them what they need. Members and Board of District, I implore you to please create more opportunity to engage our local community and let us all begin to help to repair and restore what has been broken. C.S. Lewis once said, "You cannot go back to change the beginning, but you can start where you are and change the ending." So would we all please just give that a try? Thank you.
Those viewing on YouTube, we want to make a comment that we are aware there's a YouTube buffering issue with the live feed, and we are working on it. The next speaker is Doreen Geiger, followed by Reed Biltz and Chasten Crump.
Thank you, Board of Directors. I'm here tonight to ask that you not approve the Choosing the Best curriculum, because I think our students need something much more comprehensive. I think students make the best decisions when they make informed decisions. So we need to give them fact-based education so they make the right and good decision for themselves and for their families. Thank you.
Reed Biltz, followed by Chasten Crump and Emma Barberina.
My name is Reed Bills, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Tarrant County. The League is a nonpartisan organization that does not support or oppose any political party or candidate. Our local league has studied education issues in Fort Worth ISD for many years, and after extensive study of important issues, we have reached the following position. The League of Women Voters of Tarrant County supports a quality public education system which develops the greatest potential in each individual, and specifically, we support a coordinated, age-appropriate, comprehensive program of sex education that is specific and explicit in providing information on all methods of preventing unwanted pregnancies. We also support a program that includes skills and knowledge which prepares students to make appropriate decisions on issues such as gender expression and sexuality. We support a program that teaches decision-making, self-esteem, responsible behavior, respect for others, resistance to peer pressure, and stress management. We support sequential instruction at each grade level, covering topics appropriate to age and development of students. And we support a program that ensures qualified teachers teach this curriculum and requires initial specialized training and periodic training workshops. In selecting a program for Fort Worth ISD students, the League of Women Voters of Tarrant County urges you to consider these important points.
Chasten Crump, followed by Emma Barberina and Jennifer Nelson.
Good evening. My name is Chasten Crump, and I'm a junior at Arlington. In this shared space of advocacy, I bring attention to a significant transformation underway in our Texas schools, a shift that intertwines religious ideals into our educational fabric, chipping away at our rights and affecting the well-being of our students. Texas Education Code 28.004, the guiding principle for sexual health education, mandates an abstinence-centered approach in Texas schools. While this mandate is explicit, the oversight within Texas Education Code 28.004 raises concerns. School health advisory councils, better known as SHAC statewide, are tasked with reviewing instruction. They also lack a mandate for members to be versed in selecting a health curriculum. The consequence is committees influenced by personal opinions, often linked to legislative outcomes. FWISD SHAC, for instance, proposes a new vendor with outdated shame-based material sponsored by hate groups, plunging our education to an unprecedented low. Proposed legislation such as Senate Bill 1515, Senate Bill 1396, Senate Bill 1566, and Senate Bill 763 reflects an endeavor to control our education system by limiting curricular choices. As our state undergoes increased diversity in race, culture, and religion, there's a palpable fear of power loss resulting in the suppression of differences. Sex education falls under this umbrella. Let's acknowledge that abstinence-only sex education falls short. Texas stands among the top 10 states with the highest teen pregnancy rate, reporting a staggering 294,055 cases of sexually transmitted infections. I would also like to point out that the video displayed pertaining Black history earlier stated that more education is more power. More expansive sex education is more education for us students. These challenges directly affect us, the students, and it's not just about advocating for our educational rights, but ensuring our safety. We must not only speak up for our rights, but actively participate in shaping an inclusive, comprehensive sexual education that safeguards our well-being. We urge the board to consider the evidence and the voices of the students. Thank you for your time.
Emma Barberina, followed by Jennifer Nelson and Julie Butner.
Hello, I'm Emma Elise Barberina, a junior at Arlington Heights High School, and today I bring this coalition of people together to highlight the FWISD community's understanding of what sex ed curriculum is and what it means to us, rather than the opinions and values of non-stakeholding Christian nationalists. I have been enrolled in the district since I was 5 years old. And in school, I've been taught that I should excel in all of my classes and engage my community. All of this to say is that I've been set up for success and have put full faith into FWIC to prepare me for my future. Yet it is contradictory if I'm being hidden information because somehow, in some world, it will save me. If the state is going to fail us when it comes to abortion access and are threatening the access of contraception, I would hope that the district I have spent the majority of my life at to take a strong stand and make sure that they don't let their students down either. I was going to come in here and lay down a bunch of statistics, but I figured that a lot of people would cover that here today. I come in front of you today to showcase that there's so much more simplicity to this issue. Abstinence teachings do not help teenagers who have already had sex. Abstinence teachings do not help teens who want to have sex when they are adults. And abstinence teachings do not help someone who has been sexually abused. An abstinence-focused curriculum is taking the easy and comfortable way out of preparing your children as they enter for adulthood. A public school is a public place for free learning. Censored curriculum should have no part in it. If you want to protect your students, allow them to take a course that informs them of their bodily functions, not hide important information, leaving them to resort to the internet. Sex education is a human right. Decline adopting choosing the best, and instead review the comprehensive Health Smart curriculum that the district has already spent over $2.6 million on already. Thank you.
Time.
Jennifer Nelson, followed by Julie Butner and Tracy Carter.
Buenas noches. My name is Jennifer Nelson. I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent, Latina. My child is currently attending a Fort Worth school. I'm also a Christian and proudly on staff at the historic Broadway Baptist Church here in Fort Worth, Texas. As a Baptist Christian, I'm a strong believer in the separation of church and state for the very reason that I stand here today. So far this year, extremist Christian nationalist groups have accosted our district with divisive agendas. The 2023 school year began with our libraries closed and book bans. To date, sex education has not been taught because of these extremist views, and their use of our campuses as a battleground over LGBTQ+ rights, all at the cost of our children's education and well-being. As a Christian, I believe in Christ's message of inclusive love for all and his call to love thy neighbor. We are made in his image, all of us. The U.S. Department of Education confirms that Title IX's prohibition on discrimination on the basis of sex to include discrimination based on sexual orientation, discrimination based on gender identity. Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972 prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex in education, any education program or activity offered by a recipient of a federal financial assistance. To choose a curriculum that does not acknowledge the existence or sexual orientation, gender identity of anyone is discriminatory and deprives an entire section of youth equitable education. You seek to purchase the proposed curriculum with federal funds, ESSER or COVID relief dollars. I ask you to comply with our U.S. Department of Education standards and guidelines first. Choosing the best is not best for our children. It uses outdated language and poor teaching modalities. Please let me remind you of the realities we live in. Texas leads the nation in teens who give multiple births. More than 1 in 6 teenagers who gave birth in Texas in 2020 already had a child. Texas remains above the national average, ranking in top 10 states for teen pregnancy. Parents who do not approve of evidence-based, non-shaming, inclusive, and non-discriminatory curriculum, like Fort Worth RSD already purchased for $2.6 million, have the option to not opt in and teach what they choose at home. What they do not get to decide is how anyone's child, mine or anyone else's, is taught according to
Time.
Time. Ma'am. Jennifer Nelson, no, Julie Butner, followed by Tracy. Ma'am. Julie Butner, followed by Tracy Carter and Stacy Marshall.
Good evening, Fort Worth ISD trustees. My name is Julie Butner. I'm the president and CEO of Tarrant Area Food Bank that's located here in Tarrant County. We provide services to 13 counties, so 12 in addition to the Tarrant County. There are 2.9 million people who live in these 13 counties, of which 400,000 go to bed at night hungry, and 100,000 of those 400,000 are our children. I am very, very pleased that we are partnering with the Fort Worth ISD to bring in-school markets to schools that reside in food deserts and communities that don't have access to fresh food. We started this program 3 or 4 years ago, and since October of 2023, we have provided over 225,000 meals right here in Fort Worth with the Fort Worth ISD as a partner. And I just want to invite all of you, if you have not been to the food bank, to please come to the food bank. I don't want to take up any more of your valuable time. I understand you have some hot topics tonight, but I invite you to come on out to the food bank and hope to spend one-on-one time with each of you to tell you about this fabulous program. Thank you.
Tracy Carter, followed by Stacy Marshall and Heidi Schwartz.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Dr. Ramsey, to the trustees, to our community. My name is Officer Tracy Carter. I work for the Fort Worth Police Department, and I'm a proud graduate of Eastern Hills High School many moons ago. I'm here to stand on behalf to share. We have a partnership with Fort Worth ISD and the police department. We started a CJ program, which started last summer. I'm here to report that we started with 32 kids. 24 kids are still withstanding with the program, and they're doing excellent with it. It's a program that we're hoping to grow, to better our partnerships as far as what we do within our community to help and show people how to serve. I can say proudly that I never really wanted to be a police officer until God led me in a direction that changed my life. I know a bunch of people that sit on the board there, and I thank them for allowing us to make this partnership work and how we can grow it. Right now, we're at Eastern Hills, luckily, and South Hills High School. It's again, progressing. We're changing a lot of people's lives that probably never would have ever thought they would ever enjoy law enforcement. And again, this is not about them going into law enforcement. We want to just help, point them in a direction that can help give them life-altering things that help them do something better with their life. Again, I don't ever care if you become a cop. I don't. But what I can say, if you're in this to serve, I think this is definitely a program that we need to try to enhance, to do better with. Again, I look at the officers around the room. I look at the people up there that are serving. To know what it's like to be a part of something, you have to be able to serve. And again, I just want to thank everyone. And before I leave today, I want to say go Eastern Hills. I'm going to leave after I leave here to go watch this playoff game. Now, hopefully, we'll be back here again, and we'll be fighting for a basketball state championship. Thank y'all again for your time.
Stacy Marshall, followed by Heidi Schwartz and Charles Bills.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Stacy Marshall. I'm president of Southeast Fort Worth, Inc. I'm not here to talk about Southeast Fort Worth, Inc. And first of all, good afternoon, board trustees and superintendent. I'm here to talk about being the president of the Rotary Club at Western Fort Worth over at Ridgely Country Club. And I want to talk about some of the great things that are happening out of Stop 6, particularly with Young Men's Leadership Academy. We recently had our four-way test competition where 2 students from YMLA took the first and second prize, and a student from Arlington Heights took the third prize. First prize went to a student by the name of Maddox Musgrove. He's going to be awarded a trophy and $1,000 from our Rotary and go on to regional in April. The second place went to Ellerton Hawkman, if I'm saying that correctly. He'll get $750 with also a prize as well. But the good thing about it is when I came to this Rotary, I introduced YMLA to the Rotary at Ridgely Country Club, and for the last 3 years, they've done a sweep. And our last year contestant, which was Kane Bivens out of YMLA, is actually going to Harvard. It's not because of Rotary, but because of the fact that we introduced him to other things within the school itself. But I just wanted to talk about the great partnership that we have with Fort Worth ISD. You guys are doing an amazing job. We look forward to continuing to working with you, not just at the Rotary Club or at Ridgely Country Club, but also within Fort Worth ISD.
Thank you. Heidi Schwartz, followed by Charles Bills and Holly Plemons.
Good evening, and thank you to the board, the trustees, and the superintendent. I'm Heidi Schwartz, and I'm the executive director of the Cowtown Marathon. This past weekend, we produced our Cowtown with 23,000 runners, with over 6,000 of those being children. 40 900 of those children came from Fort Worth ISD. They came through our CAF program where we awarded each one of those children a grant. So they only paid $10 to run our race, and we also provided them with running shoes and socks. These children, some of them have never had a new pair of shoes before. We deliver the shoes to them at their schools, fit each child with these shoes. Some of these children have now come back as adults through our program and are winning our races. So we thank you for letting us participate with Fort Worth ISD in this program that we do. In addition, we have a scholarship program, and to date we've given $105,000 worth of scholarships to Fort Worth ISD students, and we have 22 students in that program right now, which will receive $88,000. And it's by the partnership that we have with all of you that is making this possible, and with our great team. Tamara Ogle, who's with me tonight, works tirelessly delivering shoes to over 89 schools here in Fort Worth. We have 96 schools in the program. 89 of them are Fort Worth ISD schools that are participating. So thank you. Thank you for being a partner with us, and thank you to all the staff and faculty here at Fort Worth ISD that helps us make it possible.
Charles Bills, followed by Holly Plemons and Cheryl Bean.
Hello, I am a lifetime product of Fort Worth ISD schools. I graduated from Southwest High School nearly 40 years ago, and about a few more years than that, I took driver's ed. And even though it's the only way to truly be safe is to abstain from getting in a car, we still completely learned all the safety techniques and how to drive responsibly. And we ignored the fringe element that thought that premarital driving was a sin and it had to be banned. And that was an analogy, just to say. I also took high school sex ed, and one thing is pretty much all of us already knew everything that they taught us. The one things that I learned were some of the technical medical terms and the consequences of specific consequences of venereal diseases. So, that seems like that was an important thing to learn, and it seems like this system or whatever that you're proposing is not going to include that. So I recommend something better. Thank you.
Holly Plemons, followed by Cheryl Bean and Kelly Pursley.
Holly Plemons, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. In 2018, I pulled my children out of charter schools and brought them to Fort Worth ISD for the programs of choice. It was not. It was Health Smart. He was taught about the 42 genders, that you can chop your penis off and call yourself a girl. He was taught about all of the things that are against our family values. Other families can have different values, but in our family, that's not something that we support. And by sending my child to public school, my family values should not be trampled. That child is now 16 years old, and because this vote is coming up, and he heard about it, he talked to me about it because I also have a 10-year-old. And he said, Mom, if somebody was to ever teach his brother, my 10-year-old, what I was taught when I was 11, I would literally run them over to stop them from telling this to my little brother because it was that bad. And I said, why didn't you tell me whenever this happened to you? And he said, Mom, it was embarrassing. Your teachers are embarrassed to teach this. Some of them are skipping over it with Health Smart. And you guys need to do what is not politically divisive. Public school is for all, and it should be not politically divisive. People have said here that we're bringing our politics. We have brought no politics here. The only politics that have been pushed off on our children are Democrat leftist policies. And they're not fair. They should not be happening. And Ms. Rodriguez, If anybody else was standing here and the crowd was behaving this way, you would stop them. But you don't do that for me.
Per Fort Worth ISD Board Policy, BED Local, disruptions of the meeting are not tolerated. Please accept this as everyone's first warning. Please be respectful of everyone's point of view. You will have your time, and you will have your time to address the board uninterrupted. Please give your fellow community member the same courtesy. If there is another disruption from the audience, you may be removed from the meeting. Thank you. Cheryl Bean, followed by Carolee Persley and Sabrina Ball.
Can you check to see if it's on?
There it goes. Okay. I am Cheryl Bean. I am the first of 3 generations to attend Fort Worth Public Schools. I grew up in the Southwest High School Pyramid. My kids went to Tanglewood through Pascal, and now I have grandchildren in the Arlington Heights District. I am an advocate for public school education. However, I am very concerned with the lack of moral compass this country is heading in, and I'm going to fight it tooth and nail to try to help get us back on track. I believe that some combination of the media as well as the schools and how it is attacking or presenting things to our children that they don't need to be seeing is a large part of that cause. So when I think about the whole sex ed thing, I learned about it quite some years ago. In fact, I'm hitting my 50-year high school reunion coming up this year. And guess what? I learned the basics. I didn't learn about gender options. I didn't learn about a lot of other things that are being taught now. That's the way it should be. But because we can't seem to keep that stuff out of the schools, I am going to vote and promote no sex education in the school as my first choice, and let the parents teach their moral values from home. Given that that's not going to be appropriate, then I would certainly go for choosing the best, because I think it has the better or the least amount of the indoctrination and agendas in it, but those need to be addressed as well. So with that, I say thank you, and that's my opinion. Bye.
Kelly Persley, followed by Sabrina Ball and Daniel Kokenauger.
Hi there. Nice to meet you. I just wanted to honor you all and thank you for your hearts for the children and your service. I'm a mother of girls. I'm a grandmother of girls. And I've worked with women who've suffered from abuse and trauma for over 20 years. I've heard a lot of talk about concern for the children's mental health, concern and advocacy for the original curriculum for women who've suffered abuse and trauma, and as if this existing curriculum is the better choice rather than choosing the best. And so I want to appeal to you guys on 3 different points to select the curriculum that your committee has selected. One, that's your process. It is designated that an outside committee is to select it, and then you're to review and evaluate. And so I encourage you to respect and honor the process and the selection of the committee. So respect the decision that they were given a job, they evaluated everything, and they made a choice. Secondly, I would like to talk to you about just the over-sexualization of our children and concern for their mental health. We live in a society where girls are over-sexualized, and we have boys who don't respect their boundaries. And it's gotten to the point to where the girls are buying into the lie, and they think they're nothing more than their body. When someone is sexually molested and abused and only valued for their body, that they tend to think that's all they're worth. I've watched that firsthand. My daughter was date raped, and she gave herself over to that, and she suffered tremendously for that. She lost her sense of worth and identity, and we need to speak value into our children, and we need to teach men to respect girls. We need to teach boys to respect girls and respect their no, and that there is a right for them to say no and to choose to give their body away. Also, thirdly...
Time.
Oh.
Sabrina Ball, followed by Daniel Kokenauer and Mary Lowe.
Texas lawmakers do not consider health expertise when writing laws, and it shows.
We have one of the worst maternal mortality rates in the country and the highest in repeated teen births. You have an explainer of Texas law that guides sex ed adoption from UT Health Science. I've highlighted some info. This law gives a lot of power to a committee of opinions without requirements for those members to have expertise. On the SHAC page, I can see how many members are parents, community, and staff, but I can't see if they have any expertise in health or education. Looking at public comments made by both SHAC members and people in the community, you can see that decisions were not always guided by science or in the best interests of a diverse population. I can't find the vote count for the recommendation or the scoring specifics. So how close was it? You have the slide for scoring from content experts. ETR scored higher in every major category except the last one, which is cut off. I asked the staff for that info. I urge you to go back and look at that. You are not required to approve this or listen to non-stakeholders. You have a strategic planning goal to increase support for emergent bilingual students. Choosing the best is translated using Google Translate. That is completely unacceptable. ETR is fully bilingual. You currently have 27,328 emergent Spanish bilinguals in this district, and their parents could not review it in Spanish. This adoption is funded using ESSER funds, which are not to be used for recurring expenses. It's a one-year adoption when you've already paid for a comparable vendor. I've shared a recent funding request from a stakeholder who has been asked to join our mayor's committee on persons with disabilities. With this money, you can afford to give students with speech delays across the district tools that have been adopted by other districts and our own Fort Worth Sioux. That's one of your strategic goals. This money has not been spent. You are not required by law to take this recommendation from SHAC, and you can revisit ETR.
Danielle Kokenauer, followed by Mary Lowe and Hudson Harris.
My name is Danielle Kokenauer, and my husband and 2 children live in Fort Worth. I am here urging you to not approve the Choosing the Best program. I was born and raised in Justin, Texas, graduated from Northwest ISD. During my time in middle school, I received abstinence-only sex education, and I cannot recall having any sex education during my high school years. My husband was raised in a small town in Pennsylvania. He truly does not understand it when I say that I didn't have any sex education in high school, because even in his conservative small town, it was normal to give teenagers accurate information about their own bodies. So for this meeting today, I wondered what the outcomes were between Texas and Pennsylvania. This is 2021 data from the CDC. Per every 1,000 teenagers, the birth rate is 20.3 in Texas, 11.5 in Pennsylvania. So nearly double here in Texas. That's not great. Accurate health sex education provides much more information than just teaching about how to avoid pregnancy. It encourages students to take charge of their health and make informed decisions. It educates them about healthy relationships and the concept of consent. It is for these reasons that I strongly oppose abstinence-only sex education and the Choosing the Best program. It does not give our children the health information they need and deserve. Abstinence-only sex education was a bad idea 17 years ago when I was in high school. I'm dating myself, and we have the stats to prove it. I am a part of the next wave of parents at Fort Worth ISD, and we value comprehensive sex and health education. Thank you so much.
Mary Lowe, followed by Hudson Harris and Gabe Perot.
Thank you, Board of Trustees. As you sit here tonight, teetering on the brink of losing local control, I realize that this is a very heavy decision for you. However, the law has gone before you and set out very clearly what your guidelines are. First, I want to thank you. I've done over 35 grievances in this district on this matter, and the district laboriously slowed the process and followed the law of SHAC. Now you are tasked of continuing forward in following the state law. State law is not comprehensive sex. State law is abstinence-based human sexuality, and it is by choice. It is not mandatory. I'm encouraging you to educate not just students, staff but citizens to understand that the place to advocate for the law to be changed is in Austin, not here. And also to educate them that the access to birth control is not being limited. Birth control and Plan B, as of January, are over the counter in the state of Texas. So, my dear friends, you're not doing any of the things you've been accused of. However, I want to ask you, in this need for you to follow the law, to redirect the focus and emphasis of this school district to core academics. And as I proposed in grievances, that there are other community organizations that can make comprehensive sex education available to the constituents and students that want it. It should not be the burden of this school district to do that. It's divisive and unnecessary. Follow the law. Thank you for following the law.
Hudson Harris, followed by Gabe Perot and Shelley Kellum.
Hello, I'm Hudson Harris, a student from Arlington Heights High School in Fort Worth ISD. Pushing a religiously founded abstinence-focused curriculum in sex ed just isn't right. An abstinence-centered approach just doesn't work. Texas is second in the nation in STI cases, and we can statistically connect it to lack of proper curriculum. For most of us, we can approach this through a selfish point of view. We take advantage of our resources and opportunities to inform ourselves, yet there are so many kids that lack the support from home. They aren't taught how dangerous unprotected sex can be. They don't think they will be the ones who find themselves in this type of situation, and it's due to lack of education. These are the kids we are speaking for. To follow that, we are also speaking for those who wish to keep their right to freedom of religion. Behind the abstinence-centered sex ed is a group of people who just want to force their religious ideals into school. This is the School Health Advisory Council. If these ideals force their way in through gateway policies such as this one, we'll slowly start to see our school turn into a church. School is a place to learn the facts of life, not the faith inside. Learning should have a secular focus, not a religious one. Finally, I'd like to expound on my point of view. As I said before, I am a student in FWISD and a stakeholder in its policies. I am the one being affected. I am the one who will have to endure the consequences of this decision. Many of the people supporting the outdated sex education will not see any impact of the final ruling and will be apathetic to the situation. They either don't have children in FWISD or they choose to send their child to a private religious school where they choose their religious path. They shouldn't be involved in the decisions of a public school. They shouldn't be deciding what is right for the students and shouldn't be forcing religion into our schools. I reject what's best. Thank you very much.
Gabe Perot, followed by Shelley Kellum and John Beck.
Good evening. As a Fort Worth resident and future parent of children living in Fort Worth, I want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak. You know, I had a bunch of stats, and I'll get into those, but before I start, I want to address a reality. When I look at each one of your names as a school board, I don't count numbers next to it, and I'll explain why. You see, your bank account is so valuable that you're not willing to give it to the public. And as much as people might need money, as much as people might think that it is empowering to have public access to your bank account, you value your possessions. What's so much more valuable than money in our bank accounts is the very innermost parts of our bodies. And you see, the truth about this abstinence teaching to kids is not that we're trying to push some religious doctrine onto the next generation. It's actually just that we want to teach them to protect themselves, just like we protect our bank accounts, just like we protect our homes. You see, there's a reason the American College of Pediatricians strongly endorses abstinence until marriage sex education, recommends adoption by all school systems in lieu of comprehensive sex education. Abstaining from all sexual activity is the only 100% safe and effective way to avoid teen pregnancies, STIs, and the emotional fallout of adolescent sexual activity. Almost 40 years of emphasis on safer sex and comprehensive sex education, with values-neutral sex education, condoms and contraceptive, and abortions at whim, late-night hookups whenever you want, has clearly failed our young people. We have the highest suicide rate. We don't have fathers and mothers anymore. We don't even know our identity. In fact, 33% of Generation Z, if you put them in a stadium, 33,000 of 100,000 students would walk down to the front and say, I don't know who I am. You see, what we're pushing here is not some restrictive traditional religion. We're here to empower kids to know who they really are.
Shelley Kellum, followed by John Beck and Paul Fleck.
Hi, good evening. I'm Shelley Kellum. And after hearing that and all of the misinformation, I'm changing my speech a little bit. I'm a master's prepared certified nurse midwife, retired, and I prided myself on providing full comprehensive information to my clients. Students need education, comprehensive sex education, fact-based, evidence-based, and they don't need the indoctrination of this abstinence-only program. Thank you.
John Beck, followed by Paul Fleck and Amy Ramsey.
My name is John Beck, and my wife Christy and I have been very active in attending school board meetings as well as SHAC meetings over the last couple of years. Between the two of us, we attended all the recent SHAC public meetings and have reviewed Choosing the Best Sexual Health Curriculum at length. I wondered how many of those here tonight against Choosing the Best have actually viewed the curriculum for themselves. As we reviewed it, we found scientifically and medically accurate terminology throughout. There is nothing religious about this curriculum. We also found correct terminology of male and female. We found that it is abstinence-based and it aligns with the TEKS. My wife and I find this curriculum to be developmentally appropriate as well. We have heard critics say the curriculum contains information about Plan B. What they don't say is that this information regarding Plan B is in the teacher's manual only. It's only for the teacher's information. It's not in any student lessons. The critics also say there's LGBTQ language, which again, they don't explain that the only mention is in a small paragraph in the teacher's manual only that explains that this curriculum is inclusive, meaning it's for all students. All of this brings me to why these critics are really raising a fuss. The underlying battle is local control versus state control. Do we as citizens have a say in our local schools, or is there a push in the state government to try and bully districts and parents into more government control? Do we want the state deciding what curriculum we can or can't choose? Or should districts still be allowed to decide that for themselves? Take a stand today and keep local control and vote yes to Choosing the Best.
Paul Fleck, followed by Amy Ramsey and Susan Wade.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Paul, and I have come tonight to share my heart about what I believe is right for our city and state. I believe as a believer it's important to bring what is right for our schools. I believe that I'm called one day to be a father to kids one day. I'm going before them to make sure that they are protected in the schools one day. Let me tell you a little about my personal testimony of freedom. When I struggled in homosexuality for years, it brought depression, anger, and fear. I got set free in my 20s, and I believe the school systems are bringing confusion by the LGBT curriculum and teaching false information. This is leading kids to make wrong decisions and walking away from their true identity in Christ. I'm going to be a voice to the ones who don't have a voice right now, and I believe it's important to teach traditional moral standards in the schools. I would like to see you guys vote for Choosing the Best.
Amy Ramsey, followed by Susan Wade and Aaron James.
Hi, I'm Amy Ramsey, and I am a Fort Worth ISD parent of a 14-year-old at McLean and a 17-year-old at Pascal. I am also the Chief Operating Officer for the National Nonpartisan Organization, Defense of Democracy, and I just have something short to say. We only have 2 minutes, so I'll be brief and to the point. Health Smart is comparable, and it's already paid for, $2.6 million. It teaches kids what healthy relationships look like, how to make healthy decisions about sex and relationships instead of just saying, don't have sex. It comes from a place of privilege to think that all families have open conversations and answer their kids' questions honestly about these topics. Parents have control of what modules their students are taught, and they can opt out of the ones that they don't want. Choosing the Best is $72,000, and as Trustee Bridges mentioned earlier, considering using COVID relief funds for a new sex ed curriculum when parents can simply opt out of modules that do not align with the biblical morals they wish to instill in their kids. Over 27,000 emergent bilingual students in district, and they used Google Translate to translate it into Spanish. And if you've ever done that, it's like illegible. I find it curious that the Group for Liberty and Justice is here, and that they mentioned in a clip on their Instagram page that they're not playing games. We're going to tell the board they need to adopt Choosing the Best or else. Some groups claim that there's not transparency, and I see these signs saying that there's no transparency, but you can simply go.
Time.
Susan Wade, followed by Aaron James and Cherie Allen.
Good evening. I'm Susan Wade. I have a long history, my family does, 3 generations through attending Fort Worth ISD schools or teaching in Fort Worth ISD schools. I believe firmly that Fort Worth ISD does need comprehensive sex education. And we already have that program already paid for. But if you decide that you want to purchase Choosing the Best, in addition to the one we already have, then I would hope you would give a choice to the parents. All the parents deserve a choice in this matter. So, and it wouldn't be that difficult. They could opt in. Right now, it's an opt-in requirement, probably I would assume for both. So they could choose either Choosing the Best, Health Smart, or none. And if they choose none, they don't have to do anything. They're automatically not in. So please, please don't let a small majority, I know it's the majority here, I mean a small minority, this is the majority here, but it's not the majority of Fort Worth ISD. And give all parents a choice. I cannot say that often enough. Don't take away anybody's choice for their own child. Thank you.
Aaron James, followed by Cherie Allen and Judith Stemple.
Good evening, Board. I'm here tonight because I am in agreement with Tarrant County GOP Chairman Bo French, and I would prefer that Fort Worth ISD teach abstinence. But since y'all are dead set on adopting a sex ed curriculum to our children, then I urge you to adopt Choosing the Best for Fort Worth ISD. God bless Texas.
Cherie Allen, followed by Judith Stemple and Celeste Holbrook.
Good evening. I'm Sherry Allen. My pronouns are she, her. I'm the cantor of Macomb Shalanu Congregation in Fort Worth, and I'm a firm believer that sex education should be taught in public school because this might be the only way some students get this information. I also firmly believe that it needs to be taught in a way that is sensitive to students' needs, meets them where they are, and affirms and honors their identities. As Choosing the Best falls short of these goals, I asked you to decline adopting this curriculum in favor of revisiting the curriculum that you already have and have already paid for, HealthSmart. Choosing the Best and HealthSmart have almost the same content and follow the TEKS abstinence-based standard, which is problematic from the get-go because the top 15 states with the highest rate of teen pregnancies all teach and emphasize abstinence. Texas is number 10. That aside, the difference between the two curriculums is not necessarily what is taught, but how it's taught. Choosing the Best doesn't speak to the 60% of high school seniors who have already had sex, mostly unprotected. It doesn't speak to LGBTQ students for whom puberty and navigating complicated feelings about gender identity and sexual orientation is particularly challenging. Nowhere are their needs even acknowledged. I speak from experience, as my spouse and I have raised 3 now grown queer children in Texas, thankfully not in public school, because in 7th grade, when my child asked a multitude of difficult questions, he's a transgender man who had not come out yet, including, can lesbians get STDs, to his health and science teacher, she answered each one honestly, accurately, and compassionately, making him feel validated and encouraged to continue exploring and learning how he could be comfortable in his own body. And I believe he's alive today because of teachers like this. HealthSmart approaches sex ed from this place of openness and curiosity. This is the kind of education every student needs. It deserves another look because students deserve better. Thank you.
Judith Stemple, followed by Celeste Holbrook and Connor Wheeler.
I'm Judith Stemple, an ordained Christian minister, now retired, but formerly served University Christian Church, among other congregations. I strongly recommend that you reject SHAC's recommendation and vote for the HealthSmart curriculum, which you have already purchased. Both HealthSmart and Choose the Best are aligned with Texas standards. The primary difference between the two curricula is that Choose the Best uses shame in order to attempt behavior change. It is also inferior in depth of content. Research shows that guilt and shame do not work in preventing sexual activity among teens. I think we can all agree here that we want teens to make healthy decisions around their bodies. How we do this is the issue. The HealthSmart curriculum has already been purchased, and given the district's financial situation, it seems irresponsible to pay an additional $70,000+ to purchase this curriculum that does the same thing we already have in an inferior way. Thank you.
Celeste Holbrook, followed by Connor Wheeler and Melinda Akowski.
I'm Dr. Celeste Holbrook. I'm a sex educator with a PhD and 13 years of sex education curriculum development and evaluation experience. I have 2 kids at WLI. Here are 2 strong, educated reasons to choose HealthSmart curriculum over the Choosing the Best curriculum. The first is that the content areas are actually very identical. We have to use content that is TEKS approved, and both of them are. So we're choosing between 2 abstinence-centered curricula. The difference is that HealthSmart has a more depth of information, superior teaching methods, and is compassionate about being abstinence-forward. Choosing the Best curriculum only reaches the lower levels of taxonomy, such as Bloom's and others, and utilizes old, kind of out-of-touch teaching methods like cheesy videos of paid actors talking about and telling their sex stories. It has outdated language like STD versus STI and severely lacks depth of content. According to the vendor of Choosing the Best, 0 sex educators worked on creation of the curricula. Most importantly, it uses shame techniques to attempt to create behavior change rather than positive, helpful guidance. The second is that school-based sex education is not just about educating our kids so they can make healthy choices More importantly, it's about how we detect the ones that are currently being sexually abused. After the sex ed unit in every year, many kids disclose their abuse to a trusted adult. If we choose shallow, shame-based curricula, not only do kids who are abused not come forward, they will feel shame for the abuse. Opting and paying extra for ineffective, harmful curricula is the wrong choice. Choose Health Smart. Same content, more depth and concepts, already paid for, and excellent teaching methods that detect and stop abuse.
Connor Wheeler, followed by Melinda Akowski and Terry Roach.
Let me just start by telling a story of a friend of mine. He was molested as a small boy by older family relatives. He bought into the lie of sexual expression as a thing that he needed to explore from that point on, and bought into identities not true about himself. Today, he talks to me about thoughts of killing himself, and we work through a lot of things of suicide that he's going through. He has a boil on his leg because he contracted an STI that nobody showed him how to avoid. I'm a follower of Jesus, and herpes is an incurable disease, but Jesus healed him of a herpes boil on his leg. And his story is why I'm here today. As a medical school student who's also a follower of Jesus, I'm not against science. I graduated top of my class in most of my science classes. There is no safe sex. Young people, you need to hear this today, because people have lied to you. There's no doctor who would ever have any type of safe contraceptive sex with somebody who's battling an STI. It would not protect you. This is why I advocate for abstinence-based teaching. We don't need stats, but there seems to be some confusion, so I'll just say this. Over the last 65 years, since the sexual revolution exposed our youth to more sex, we've also had way higher percentages in the problems that everybody in this room is talking about. We don't need to get into stats about how, I'm going to just say, deviant versions of sex are the ways that more HIV cases spread than the other 13 ways combined. That's a university stat for those people who are saying that this isn't science. Where I learned that there is no safe sex. Where I learned the fact that people who buy into sexual confusion ideologies are 5 times higher to hate themselves, more likely to hate themselves, and 5 times more likely to commit suicide after accepting this. I don't have time to say much less, but I really advocate for abstinence-based curriculum. Thank you.
Melinda Akowski, followed by Terry Roach and Gail Smith.
Good evening, trustees. I attended the SHAC meeting when they voted to recommend choosing the best. I listened to the comments from the committee members, and most, if not all, talked about how inappropriate the Health Smart curriculum is and that it has no place in a public school setting. Tonight, I am here to remind you that parents have the final say when it comes to educating their children. My concern with any sex ed curriculum is that it is presented to all children at a predetermined age. There is no consideration for the individual student and their developmental age or maturity. I would submit to you that it is a parent's responsibility to decide when to introduce topics of such a sensitive nature to their children. We all know that educators oftentimes have views and biased opinions that are in direct opposition to the values of a family. I do not believe that the public school setting is an appropriate environment to teach children about sex. Educators should be focusing on reading, writing, arithmetic, and history. These are the subjects that are going to set our kids up for success. We are asking that you simply educate our children and stop trying to indoctrinate them. Remember, your role as a governing body is to ensure that our children are receiving a quality education. That's it, nothing more and nothing less. My children were entrusted to me by my God. It is my responsibility to steward them and to train them up in the way that they should go. I respectfully ask that you stay in your lane, stay out of the area of social programming, and adopt educational programs that further promote higher levels of learning. That is how we will set our children up for success. Also, many have mentioned we have paid $2.6 million for HealthSmart, and although that is true, that doesn't make it right. The board purchased HealthSmart curriculum outside the state mandated guidelines, based on the fact that Fort Worth ISD is in a self-proclaimed budget crisis. I think that we also should take some time to reflect on why we would.
Time.
Time. Terry Roach, followed by Gail Smith and Kanisha Redeemer. Gail Smith, followed by Kanisha Redeemer and Jonathan Sines.
Hello. Last time I came to you as a single mother, asking you to defend my children from the evil program put out by ETR. Today, I'm here to let you know a little bit more about who I am and my commitment. I'm a precinct chair who has been put in place for such a time as this. My commitment is to the children of our community because they are sacred to the one true living God. If a choice is made to violate these children, now or in the future, me and others like me will make sure that everyone in your districts know what you've done and that they are registered to vote. We will replace you swiftly and undoubtedly. Make no mistake, I have the influence and authority to do what I'm promising. I hope you'll make the right decision tonight. I also want to read a letter to you that was written by the chairman of the Tarrant County GOP. It says, Dear Fort Worth ISD Board of Trustees, I am the chairman of the Tarrant County Republican Party, and I can tell you the Tarrant County GOP is more united than ever. We are the grassroots, the direct connection to the conservative voters in Tarrant County and Fort Worth ISD. I will not accept any curriculum that contributes to the degradation of our society. I will, however, pursue what is wholesome and honorable. While choosing the best is a step in the right direction, I still prefer a full abstinence-based, morality-based curriculum that doesn't teach that medications such as Plan B pills are contraceptives. I believe that it is the right of the parents to choose their children, to teach their children about sexuality and sexual practices as they see fit. I believe my party does not want anything taught in our schools that doesn't represent traditional values, values that serve the common good of the public. My demand is simple, and I will be heard. I believe we stand united as a group of influential leaders, parents, and citizens in our community. We are precinct chairs, public officials.
Time.
Okay.
Kanisha Redeemer, followed by Jonathan Sines and Amina Shahraz.
Kanisha Redeemer. This stack of papers is only a portion of the documented behaviors that have been allowed in my classroom this school year. All except one incident are considered to be minor infractions. If the same student continues to disrupt the learning environment and consistently violates school rules, the offense has to move beyond the teacher managing the behavior in the classroom. Teachers show up every day expecting that this day will be better than the last, but being met at the door with defiance and disrespectful behavior. In addition, we have to guard the other students from inappropriate language, flipping of desks, objects being catapulted across the room, and the harassing behaviors of their disruptive classmates. When will we stop coddling and catering to the desires of the disruptive students and their quarrelsome parents? I am requesting that we begin to protect the learning environment for the other students. This is a serious matter, and it seems as if no one is taking notice that the teachers are leaving the profession. They are being prescribed medication due to workplace anxiety. Social drinking is an understatement, and EAP only offers 3 days of counseling. The way some of our classrooms are carrying on, we need combat pay. A lot of what we endure is a hazard to our retirement and our well-being. Recently, I applied for a leave of absence due to being assaulted by a student. He received 1 day of suspension, no legal action because he's under the age of 10 years of age, and according to the powers that be, I should be doing okay because I did not sustain any noticeable physical injury. Well, what about the emotional injury? What about the mental injury? What about the reservations and the dis-ease that educators have when they step into a classroom? Our educators' needs and well-being are being ignored and neglected by those that are in position to do something about it. Will you step up to the plate and do something about it? Thank you for the opportunity to stand before you today.
Jonathan Sines, followed by Amina Shahraz and Lon Burnham.
Good evening, Dr. Ramsey, members of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board. My name is Jonathan Sines. I'm president and attorney for a statewide nonprofit law and policy Christian organization called Texas Values. We've got supporters in all 254 counties of the state, and many of them right here in Fort Worth, including 2 of our board members. You're getting a couple of handouts. One of those, I think, has been verified about the school district spending $2.6 million on HealthSmart. I also want to make the point that our organization has not been supportive of HealthSmart. We also have not been able to support Choosing the Best because we have concerns about some LGBT and pro-abortion content as well as DEI. We've been told by the publisher that the SHAC process was not the time to make those changes. There'd be an opportunity later. I think that's this time, so I'd like for you to take that in consideration, and that could impact our ability to support that curriculum moving forward. But the 2 main things I want to stress in my time with you is facts and law. It is a fact that the only 100% way to prevent pregnancy and sexually transmitted diseases is abstinence, and that's a key reason why we support abstinence as an organization. Number 2, the $2.6 million that you spent could have been avoided, and this is where I'm going to bring in the law. I've got another handout going around. House Bill 1605 was passed this past legislature, and one of the bullet points you're seeing, it ensures parental access to materials through a parent portal. It also ensures that you get funding for curriculum that's gone through the State Board of Education process. Choosing the Best and HealthSmart, neither one of them went through that process. You've missed out on that opportunity as that goes forward. That could arguably have or could in the future save you $2.6 million because you get that funding for the curriculum, and it not a taxpayer dollar from here has to be used. Lastly, I want to say a comment was made about stakeholders. If you're a parent and a taxpayer, you are a stakeholder that should be listened to.
Amina Shahraz, followed by Lon Burnham and Lucero Chacon.
Good evening. I'm Amina Sharaff, a junior at the Fort Worth ISD High School, Arlington Heights. Whilst taking our mandatory Moving to Wellness in middle school and my high school's Health 1 class, my experience, like many of my peers, was quite poor. Instead of learning about my bodily functions, I learned that my education is in the hands of people who do not understand nor care for my risk of being uninformed. When the teacher responsible for instructing said curriculum, but instead of using correct terminology, refers to our anatomy as the private square, the issue does not lay in the curriculum, it lays in the system you have set up for us. You'll worry about it when you're older should not be something a 12-year-old is told when she's supposed to be learning about valuable information over her well-being, which will be carried into adulthood. Choosing the best is not the route we need to be taking. Abstinence-only material is not what teenagers should be exclusively learning simply because it leaves them in a state of vulnerability if any other choices were made, which is a consequence of diversified curriculum being withheld from them. Biology rather than ideology should be taught in our schools. Religious-driven values have no place in government-funded public settings. Better teacher training is necessary so they do not enter this environment uninformed, unconfident, and unaware. Spend the $72,000 on bettering what you already have in place. These courses should be extensively discussed with medically correct terminology so students who lack such sexual education, other than the ones provided by the district, have adequate understanding of the reproductive system. The fundamental sexual education these 6th graders receive from the Fort Worth ISD curriculum will carry on with them well into these futures. These students are entitled to receive correct education on human development, reproductive anatomy, and consent in order to ensure they have thorough knowledge, attitudes, values, and tools to make healthy and responsible decisions based off the solid education implanted within them as they mature. The most responsible decision is to
Time. Lon Burnham, followed by Lucero Chacon and Jennifer Crossland.
Good evening to everybody. I hope you're all well. I'm a proud K through 12 graduate, Fort Worth ISD, and my late mother retired from the school district. She taught elementary school here for more years than she wants to remember, I suspect. I'm also a long-time public school defender and advocate. I have voted in every school board election for over 50 years now, and for 18 years I was an active and vocal representative for you in the Texas legislature. I'm here to tell you with more experience than anybody else, a lot of the laws that are passed are fundamentally flawed and motivated for ill-conceived purposes. That said, I recognize you have to support the law. What I want to talk to you about is false labeling. There's nothing best about the program that claims to be the best. In fact, it's almost as if they believe ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is not bliss. It leads to unplanned pregnancies and sexually transmitted diseases. I think it's really important that you comply with the law. I think it's really important that you're working on doing that. And I think you have endured a whole lot over the last 15 or 18 months of verbal abuse. I want to remind people in this audience that may not have been involved with the school districts before COVID, we used to have programs that were about anti-bullying. They certainly don't seem to understand that concept. So I'm not here to tell you that I'm going to bully the school district. I'm going to support the school district. But I'm going to ask you to do the right thing by these kids, and that is not doing what calls itself the best, but doing what you've already paid for and truly is the best. Thank you for your time.
Lucero Chacon and followed by Jennifer Crossland and Lindsay Dills.
Hello everyone, my name is Lucero Ariadna Chacon. I am 17 years old and I'm a senior at Arlington Heights High School. Today I would like to briefly speak about my concerns of the sex education in the Fort Worth ISD district. Many of us have the privilege of educating ourselves, but there are countless of kids who lack this support at home, and we are here today to speak for everyone. One of the major concerns is the current abstinence-centered approach. While it promotes waiting, many can argue that it falls short in providing comprehensive information about sexual health. We can't ignore statistics. Texas ranks the highest second in STI cases, and we need to address this head on. We must find a middle ground that respects these values while ensuring that students receive the correct, accurate, and inclusive information. Comprehensive sex education goes beyond promoting abstinence. It provides students with a crucial knowledge about contraception, safe sex practices, consent, and healthy relationships. By omitting this, it can inadvertently contribute to higher rates of unintended pregnancies and STIs among our students. Moreover, a lack of comprehensive sex education can perpetuate harmful gender stereotypes and reinforces stigmas surrounding gender. It's essential to create an inclusive and safe sexuality environment where students can openly discuss with their questions, concerns, and experiences without fear or judgment. The best decision is to reject the appeal to convert our curriculum to choosing the best. Thank you.
Jennifer Crossland, followed by Lindsay Dills and Natalie Weimer.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Crossland. I've been here many times, and tonight I'm here to ask you to vote yes to choosing the best. I know there's some confusion, but tonight I believe on the agenda is a vote yes or no for choosing the best. So I'm here to encourage you to vote yes to choosing the best. The reason why is if you go 3 years in the past, 3 years ago, the State Board of Education looked at many curriculums to decide what are we going to update the human sexuality instruction to.
Many parents like myself were able to access those materials. We emailed our State Board of Education representatives. Mine was just here tonight, actually. And we emailed all of the State Board of Representatives. They then voted on a curriculum. That curriculum was Goodhart Wilcox. Unfortunately, in Fort Worth ISD at the same time, we accidentally illegally purchased a curriculum that was not approved by the State Board of Education, and it actually wasn't approved legally. So luckily, thank you, Dr. Ramsey, for starting the process to readopt a new human sexuality instruction. That's why we're here today. I've been at the SHAC meetings. I was able to review the 6 curriculums that the SHAC reviewed, and by far choosing the best was the best one. It was so good that it scored over 1 point higher with the experts and with our very own SHAC committee. So I want to remind you that what you're voting on is the best of the best. And I can just see it now, your next election. Vote for me, because I'll choose the best for your students. I'll choose the best for your kids. And I would love to see that. We don't always see eye to eye, but on this, I would love to agree that we want the best for our kids. Say yes to the best. Thank you very much.
Lindsay Dills, followed by Natalie Weimer and Timberly Kelly.
Hello. I would like to just start by saying my stance, because we're all going to get there eventually. I would urge you to vote no, because it is, to me, just appalling to know that a shameful program that teaches kids to be scared to talk to their parents, to talk to anyone about sexual activity and learning about anything involved with that, because the ideal is waiting for marriage. What about once you're married? Do you then, you're not the education board's problem, so whatever. But is that really the ideal we want to go with? Is that if all you want to do is say abstinence only, why have sexual education in your school? I can't make it any more simple than that. If you want a program that is shameful, that is punishing kids and only going to hurt them. I would please like to ask anyone who is a current student in Fort Worth ISD to please stand up. Everyone, yes, they're all minors, but I would like to say that I'm a senior at TCU and I'm not a student in Fort Worth ISD, but I ask them to stand because they are not taxpayers, but your vote affects them, and they're taking the courage that most students can't, and they all agree that the best choice is awful. So I would simply like to ask you to please not pick the best choice.
Natalie Weimer, followed by Timberly Kelly and Mary Spradlin.
Hello, y'all. My name is Natalie Weimer. So I was going to actually speak to the Spanish issue, because it's just so terrible that the best curriculum uses Google Translate. I think about the fact that, you go on Amazon sometimes and you look at the translation and you're like, what the heck did they use to translate this? And then you think about doing a sexual health curriculum using Google Translate, and I think, wow, that is just so not an effective way to communicate such delicate issues. But actually, when I just walked outside, I was chatting with the parents of one of the Fort Worth ISD students, a grandparent, about the curriculums that are under consideration. And they were actually asking about the shame-based portion, and I feel like people keep kind of talking about that. And I don't know that everybody actually understands what the issue is in the best curriculum. And I went up to Fort Worth ISD when my kids were in school to look at the curriculum, and I've actually looked at the best curriculum. And I think it's really interesting to think about one of the stories that's in the best curriculum. They talk about Amber and Jared, and that Amber and Jared get together, they suggest that they have sex, and that they then get married and they have a kid, and then in the story, Jared doesn't really help with the kid. And then the questions afterwards are, how did having sex before marriage impact their relationship? And that's the shame-based portion, is that somehow having sex before marriage implied why they had a problem with parenting their child, why Jared was a bad dad. And somehow or the other, that's connected back to premarital sex. And that's the shame-based portion that we don't want to put on our kids. Abstinence, whatever, if we do that, that's fine. But let's not make them feel bad.
Timberly Kelly, followed by Mary Spradlin and Mia Morales.
Good evening. My name is Timberly Kelly. I live in Fort Worth. I am a grandmother of a grandmother of 7. And I'm very glad to be able to speak with you in support of choosing the best curriculum. I am a former social worker. I'm an investment advisor and a reverend here operating in Fort Worth. I thank the board for recommending the choosing the best sexual education curriculum. I was able to view the presentation to the SHAC of the curriculums via Zoom. There have been statements made by some that public comment was disallowed at the SHAC meeting as curriculums were considered. Actually, this was not the case. We could participate through a written format all through the meeting. I personally commented on a number of the curricula presented without any limitations. The reason I'm in support of this curriculum is transparency. This company encouraged parents to review the material. I was surprised that the other vendors disallowed parental preview of their material. Parents, not the state or education system, are the primary guardians of their children's lives and absolutely should have a say in the type of sexual education that their children receive, if they will participate and when they should participate. Each child is unique and only parents should guide their children in this sensitive area. The vendor presented statistics on how this abstinence-based curriculum has been shown to help students focus on education and their future as opposed to succumb to pressures to involve themselves in premature sexual activity. Finally, I want to thank you for giving parents the ability to opt their children in if so desired, as opposed to opting children out. This level of parental choice is very encouraging. Thank you for your time.
Mary Spradlin, followed by Mia Morales and Meredith Bowman.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Mary Spradlin. I'm the senior pastor at Arlington Heights United Methodist Church and a member of Pastors for Texas Children. Just 10 weeks ago, I was appalled to read about Jed Moss, a former band director in the Keller ISD, who was sentenced to prison after sexually abusing at least 13 middle school youth under his care. The Star-Telegram reported that one reason he was able to do this over a period of time is that most of the victims said they didn't even realize at first that they were being sexually abused. One parent testified that her son didn't understand what was happening and did not have the vocabulary to explain it to trusted adults. My immediate concern upon reading that statement is that the Fort Worth ISD has not provided sex education in recent years. Many here would say that this subject should be taught at home. However, many parents do not. We are failing our kids by not teaching them basic anatomy and helping them gain a clear understanding of how their bodies function. That said, I have reviewed the Choosing the Best curriculum, and I see that it is very focused on abstinence, but it does not actually educate our students about critical basics of human sexuality. The middle school module teaches kids that condoms are not always effective in preventing pregnancy, but nowhere in the curriculum does it explain or define what a condom is. In this and many other areas, the curriculum seems to assume that kids have already received sex education and they are now getting a follow-up to ensure that they understand that abstinence is best because sex can result in pregnancy and STDs. The anatomy and reproduction modules do not include any explanation, definition, or teaching on intercourse at all. The high school module allows for the teacher to mention this if the district allows it, but gives no instruction on how to do that. In this climate, I believe teachers, if allowed to do so, would be fearful of teaching in their own words on this topic, as they do not want their name on the newspaper in the morning.
Time.
Mia Morales, followed by Meredith Bowman and Joe Palmer.
Good evening, Dr. Ramsey and school board trustees. My name is Mia Morales. I'm a junior at Young Women's Leadership Academy, and my family are taxpayers in District 4. I'm here to voice my concerns about our bus transportation. A week ago, our college trip that was planned was canceled last minute due to no bus from the district. I'm seeking answers why, and to let it know is very upsetting for me and my classmates. Also, I would like to voice my concerns on sex ed curriculum that are planning to vote. I urge you to decline adopting choosing the best. Stop listening to outsiders and listen to us students that live in the district. We are tired of making decisions without our input. Choosing the best is very flawed and not based on science. Also, I want to point out that choosing the best materials, not in Spanish for parents' review, my mom was told to use Google Translate. And it was up to the district to provide Spanish translation, so how can you vote for this? Will the suggested curriculums address medically accurate education in a way that does not shame or incite fear in our youth? Have you seen what's happening? Adults bullying our youth, especially my LGBTQIA+ friends. Good sex ed is based on science, not politics. Keep your religion out of our classrooms. Vote please no.
Meredith Bowman, followed by Joe Palmer and Roberts Van.
Good evening, Board. I would like to thank you for deciding last year to allow the SHAC to do their job and follow the law. I know it's been a long road. A lot of time and effort has gone into this process. I would also like to thank the SHAC members for all their hard work and time as well. I'd like to thank those who've joined this process along the way and supporting choosing the best curriculum. I support choosing the best as well. I agree with what someone said earlier, very much earlier in the evening, about asking yourselves, everyone in the room, what can you do to get involved and help our children with academics, reading, writing, math, science, and history, and helping teachers like the one that spoke earlier about disciplining issues. These are what really are important. This sex ed curriculum is a big deal, but that's not the only thing going on here. We have things that we need to deal with. Lastly, I know there were issues earlier with the live feed, and I really hope that tonight everyone's comments are recorded, and that because this is part of the law and Fort Worth ISD local board policy. Thank you for your time.
Joe Palmer is not here. Roberts Van, followed by Linda Hanratty and Keith Annis.
Really? That's what's printed on my favorite hat. Seems like a reasonable question to ask here tonight. Abstinence only? Really? How many of you adults here tonight pride yourselves on having a really good memory? Take a sec to think about it. How many of you can really remember just what hormones and emotions were doing to your equilibrium when you were 13, 15, or 17 years old? Think about it. No, think about it. Try to remember, what was that really like? And you want to come here to this school board and try to foist off abstinence-only education on today's teens. Really? Now, I'm not here to knock abstinence per se. The more a teen can focus on growing themselves to become responsible, caring adults, the better. Irresponsible sex can certainly distract from that goal. Indeed, it can result in the loss of hopes, dreams, and goals, which should be that teen's birthright. Yet, study after study tells us that abstinence-only education does not promote a healthy attitude towards sex, nor does it prepare the teen for adulthood. Abstinence, yes, but abstinence with a thorough grounding in what human reproduction and sexuality is all about, and the knowledge and training to deal with the real-life social and sexual situations of life. Fort Worth ISD has for years employed the Health Smart curriculum, which provides a well-rounded sexual education base. What's wrong with that program? This is a school. This is not a church. Schools promote facts, science, and reality, not mumbo-jumbo. Use Health Smart or a similar program and be comfortable knowing that you are doing what is right for the district and its students. Thank you.
Linda Hanratty, and followed by Keith Annis and Gordon Jones.
Good evening. I'm over a 40-year taxpayer in the Fort Worth ISD district. My 3 children all went through the Fort Worth ISD. My concern with, I'm asking you not to choosing for the best, because it goes back to what some people call traditional values. And in that case, my brother was born in 1938, and he was gay, and it ruined his whole life, and he ended up committing suicide. If you don't include that group of people, you're missing the whole, I mean, you just have to. They have to be included in sex education because they are valuable human beings. And I also had as crazy as it might seem, I had a crush on a boy in 9th grade. And as it turned out, I later found out years after that he was gay. And when he was in community college, he committed suicide. Now, we have to have sex education that deals with those people, or we will have more suicides. And we don't, none of us want that. Thank you.
Keith Annis, followed by Gordon Jones and Lori Kuykendall.
Good evening. My name is Keith Annis. I have 2 students attending Fort Worth ISD schools, one in 5th grade and one in 9th grade. I am a member of the PTA of both schools, have served on the board at one. I'm a volunteer for a booster club at another. I have volunteered for the ISD and served a term on the Fort Worth ISD Council of PTAs. I started a political action committee in support of a school bond for Fort Worth ISD. I vote in every election. I am also, like every person in this room, a taxpayer because I buy things in the state of Texas. Possibly, unlike some in this room, my property taxes go to support Fort Worth ISD, and I happily pay them. My answer to an earlier question is, what would I do for the ISD? I will continue to do what I've been doing, and depending on the outcome this evening, possibly more. I am speaking this evening to encourage a vote against the School Health Advisory Council's recommendation. I urge you to decline to approve the School Health Advisory Council's recommendation and to revisit the issue. If you go to the Choosing the Best website, it repeatedly references the results of a 2012 study completed by Dr. Lisa Lieberman, Impact of Choosing the Best program in communities committed to abstinence education, discussing the efficacy of their approach. The study focused on 9th and 10th graders in between that period. In 2020, that same Dr. Lisa Lieberman published 3 decades of research, the case for comprehensive sex education. It concluded, review of the literature of the past 3 decades provides strong support for comprehensive sex education across a range of topics and grade levels. Results provide evidence for the effectiveness of approaches that address a broad definition of sexual health and take positive, affirming, inclusive approaches to human sexuality. Please vote against Choosing the Best and revisit this issue. Thank you for the time and for your service.
Gordon Jones, followed by Lori Kuykendall and Catherine Pompa.
Good evening. I'm all for the concept of abstinence when it comes to preventing pregnancies and STIs. However, whether we like it or not, whether we want them to or not, some of our children, some of our teenagers, and some of our young adults are going to have sex. As a previous speaker said, I think he threw a number out of 60%. I think it's a little high, but hey, we'll go with that. It is in their best interest to be as knowledgeable as possible regarding sexual relations for their safety and protection, especially for our young women. Fort Worth ISD is not a church. If you want to shield your child from sex ed, keep them locked up in your church or your expensive private school for which you may be clamoring for your welfare disbursement, also known as school voucher. If you can't swing that, then sign the waiver, shielding your child from sex ed. But don't you dare impose your religious agenda on my grandchildren's secular education.
Lori Kuykendall, followed by Catherine Pompa and Jessica Cheek.
Good evening. My name is Lori Kuykendall, and I am president of Beacon Health Education Resources. I'm here to provide public comment on agenda item 11D 1A, approval of SHAC recommendation for human sexuality education. I hold a master's degree in public health and have worked for 30 years in health education in Texas schools. I served on 3 of the TEA work groups that helped to revise the health TEKS, and I have provided invited testimony to both the State Board of Education and the legislature on health and sex education issues. All Texas health curriculum, and specifically human sexuality education, must do 2 things: teach all the TEKS and follow all the related laws as found in the Education Code. The law also gives specific direction for local SHACs to review and bring recommendation of health and sex education curriculum to the school board for adoption. The curriculum the SHAC has recommended to you all for vote this evening is Choosing the Best, a national leader in sex education for many years. Most important for you all to know, it teaches all the TEKS and follows all the laws. Choosing the Best has been thoroughly vetted and reviewed by district staff and by the SHAC, and given more opportunities for parent and public review than required by law. I commend Fort Worth ISD for the care they have taken to this point in the review and SHAC recommendation process, which was not done previously. Choosing the Best is evidence-based, age-appropriate, medically accurate, trauma-informed, and inclusive of all students, and will help Fort Worth ISD students navigate the challenges and pressures they face with these critical life issues. They will have the information, skills, and support they need to flourish physically, mentally, emotionally, and academically. I highly recommend that this board adopt the SHAC recommended curriculum. Choosing the Best is clearly a win-win for this district, its students, and their families. Thank you.
Catherine Pompa.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. I am a SHAC member who voted for Choosing the Best, but tonight I speak to you as a parent of 11 consecutive years in Fort Worth ISD and as a healthcare provider in Fort Worth for over 24 years. I urge you to adopt Choosing the Best. Having extensively read and reviewed all curriculum options, which by the previous comments here I can tell others have not, Choosing the Best stood out to me as a clear favorite for many reasons. Not only does this curriculum align with the TEKS and TEC, it was overwhelmingly well received by parents according to all the public comments collected. It is medically accurate, which I can attest to as a veteran medical professional. There is data to support its success, and it provides an optimal message for all students, supporting and reinforcing healthy decision making. Choosing the Best provides age-appropriate anatomical images and uses correct scientific terms in accordance with biology. It aligns correctly with the TEKS language of male and female in describing anatomical images and the physiology of reproduction, along with physical changes during puberty. The videos and assignments are relatable, easy to follow, relevant, and engaging for students. A variety of situations are presented using a wide variety of people. This is a great curriculum to educate all students and provide the healthiest information for making healthy and holistic decisions during this critical and awkward time in a child's life. For those of you criticizing Choosing the Best, I ask you to go to the FAQ page on choosingthebest.org, and a lot of your questions will be answered. Thank you.
Jessica Cheek, followed by Mary Smith and Miriam Lambert.
Thank you, Superintendent Ramsey, board members, and SHAC committee members who have worked carefully for over almost close to 2 years to vet this material. I'd like to dispel some myths and clarify information regarding the differences between a sexual risk avoidance curriculum, such as Choosing the Best, and sexual risk reduction, aka comprehensive sex ed material akin to HealthSmart. SRAs like CTB emphasize abstinence and sexual delay, which factually are the only 100% proven method to avoid disease, pregnancy, psychosocial and psychological negative ramifications. Studies have shown children under 18 who engage in sexual activity are more likely to have greater overall issues such as lower grades, emotional distress, depression, poverty, etc. Comprehensive sex ed programs focus on affirmative consent, which normalizes sexual activity for children. Consenting to something doesn't mean it is safe or healthy behavior. Giving a clean needle to a heroin addict doesn't help them improve their life or provide the safest option. Our kids deserve the best information for the best options in regard to healthy decision making. They also deserve accurate information and scientifically correct terminology. Some who wish to advance comprehensive sex ed have a direct financial interest in sexualizing our children because it is big business for them or fits their political agenda. I encourage you to consider the SHAC-approved recommendation of choosing the best. Thank you for your consideration.
Mary Smith, followed by Miriam Lambert and James Boucher.
Good evening. I support choosing the best, and I ask you to make a formal adoption of this curriculum tonight. Over 700 people signed a petition against HealthSmart recently, and this is your opportunity to make a positive change in Fort Worth ISD. We cannot and should not continue with comprehensive sex ed type curriculum for our children. Sexual risk avoidance curriculum emphasizes healthier choices and presents information with a person's best interest, as you heard over and over tonight. Please adopt choosing the best. Thank you.
Miriam Lambert, followed by James Bowser, James Sealing, and our final speaker, Mark Bowler.
Good evening. Thank you so much for listening to so many of us. I'm here kind of for a broader issue. I came across a quote this past week that just knocked me off my feet. It's by Neil Postman. Children are the living message we send to a time we will not see. So everything we're teaching our kids, they will in turn in the future, when we're long gone and worms are eating us, they're going to be making decisions. So after we are no longer living, what will our message be? Will our graduates know who they are, or will they still be confused over the false agenda of choosing one's sex? Let our students opt out of all sex education. Will Fort Worth ISD be sending out graduates like Alan Bean, the fourth man to walk on the moon who graduated from Pascal High School? Or will the message from Fort Worth be the creation of fast food robots because our graduates were so busy being indoctrinated that they never learned to make correct change? Will our graduates be inventors with critical thinking skills, or will they be enslaved because our message to them was to embrace popular views out of fear? We are already experiencing the results of decades of dumbing us down. All we have to do is look at leadership where the majority is so fearful of standing for truth that they are no longer willing to boldly accept the truth. Thank you.
James Boucher, followed by James Sealing, and our final speaker, Mark Bowler.
Good evening, board and attendees. My name is James Sealing. I pray grace and peace be with you in Jesus' name, as well as everyone in attendance. I'm here to speak as a resident of Fort Worth concerning the selection of sex ed curriculum. I'm compelled to advocate for a removal of sex education from schools so that parents can be the parents and not the school. Choosing the best, however, would be the best in lieu of that. Though it is not perfect, it is quite literally the best choice that we have. You can call abstinence-based curriculum hateful, shameful, and self-righteous. The reality is that we are advocating that teenagers be taught to be responsible with their body, to value morality, and to put the power back in the hands of the parents. I'm a peer of all in the room. I recently turned 21. I'm a tax-paying adult, but I also recently graduated high school. So that means I'm a peer of all you, and I honor each and every student who came to make their voice heard. I want to honor your passion, though I believe it misplaced. We're not even talking about the right issue. The issue is not unprotected sex. The issue is a rampant emotional and spiritual pandemic in America, epidemic in the world, that we are on a search for love that we cannot find in various sexual partners. It's not about shame. It's not about calling you bad or less than for pursuing this love. It's a valid pursuit, but you cannot find it outside of the love of Jesus. And outside of the love of Jesus is the reason why the abstinence-based programs may not have worked, because it's not about following a rule. It's about finding a love that you cannot find anywhere else. And I would also side, as I would believe, with the late, great, may he rest in peace, Dr. Martin Luther King, who is a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ and a spirit-filled believer. Thank you all.
Hello, my name is Mark, and I'm a Fort Worth resident. I would first just like to honor each and every one of you board members for being here and willing to take these seats and to lead within our school board. We honor you tonight for your willingness to step in. I believe that sexual education should be done within the home and led by parents. Children are a gift from God, and He has entrusted parents with the responsibility to lead and care for them. It is not the job of the school board to educate our children on sexual education. This is a deeply personal and impactful topic for each and every family. Because of this, all sexual education should be done in the home. I believe that the board should fully remove sexual education from school curriculums within Fort Worth ISD. If the board happens to choose tonight a curriculum, I would ask that they follow the recommendation of the SHAC committee by choosing the best. I pray that the Spirit of Jesus would rest in this room tonight as this decision is made. I pray that no spirit but the Holy Spirit is welcome here. Jesus is the highest authority in this room. John 3:30 says, He, being Jesus, must increase, but we must decrease. So I pray, Jesus, would you increase in the Fort Worth ISD? Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts this evening. We're now up to comments by the board members and the superintendent. Are there any comments from trustees? Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I'd like to take a minute to say thank you to the Southwest Effect Show Choir for hosting the well-attended, highly competitive Cowtown Classic Show Choir competition earlier this February. They did not compete in the competition because they were hosting the event, but they did perform, and their performance was truly inspiring. It electrified the auditorium. It was fantastic. So thank you to the Southwest High School Effect Show Choir. I'd also like to say thank you to McLean Middle School, McLean 6th Grade Center, and Westcliff Elementary School students for welcoming me to your campuses and visiting with me on Tuesday, February 20th. I love spending time with students discussing what's great about their schools, and every student group immediately and without hesitation said their teachers and what would make their great schools even better. Our students have something to say, and we need to be listening. And I look forward to doing the same thing in other District 6 schools later this spring. I want to wish everyone a happy and safe and restful spring break. And I would also like to respectfully request updates on the Eastern Hills basketball playoff game, please, while we're in this meeting. Thank you.
Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Just briefly wanted to say, just give some congratulations to the way that we were represented in the Texas basketball playoffs in the girls and boys bracket. Just very proud of our students in the way that they were able to conduct themselves, the sportsmanship they showed, and then just absolute beautiful athleticism. And so definitely want to give a shout out to the Dunbar Wildcats for everything that they did on the girls and the boys bracket. They did such a phenomenal job. Very proud of the effort they put in. And then, of course, definitely proud of the East Side with Eastern Hills still in the bracket doing what they do. So hopefully Eastern Hills can bring home their state championship for us. But very proud of all of our students and the way they represented.
Trustee Martinez.
I want to congratulate Fort Worth ISD mariachi groups that participated in the UIL State Mariachi Festival last weekend. And a special shout out to Carter Riverside's mariachi who earned a Division I at the UIL State Mariachi Festival for the first time in school history. So congratulations to them. And also would like to give a special shout out to the middle school students or middle school theater students who participated in the one-act play competition, and a big shout out to Daggett Montessori for their first place.
Trustee Bridges.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Miss Ashley Mitchell. She is an elementary school teacher at Hazel Harvey Peace. Once upon a time, she was a student at Bethlehem United Community Centers, when Mrs. Peace used to actually come and read to the students, and to walk in that school and see her. And I hadn't seen this young lady in almost 20 years, and to see her now a teacher with Fort Worth ISD, it really, really blessed my heart, because I know Miss Peace is smiling down from heaven to see one of the students who's there as an educator now. And I also want to give a shout out to all the students that have been participating with hashtag Read with Leon, that we are calculating as far as the amount of time and the actual pictures that they post on Facebook. And the whole idea is to get parents excited about reading and reading with their kids, and the response has been amazing. We look forward to, for the next 3 months, we're going to shout out the students who's got the most posts and likes and shares, just to kind of get some excitement about reading with our kids. Thank you.
Dr. Ramsey.
Just a few things. The first is I want to say thank you to our city council, our mayor, and their staff for hosting our Dunbar students today at the city council so that they could get a in-person, real-time civics lesson to see how a city council meeting runs. So I do want to thank them for that and for their partnership. I also want to just thank the PTA council for coming and presenting tonight and challenging the board members. There are different levels of joining the PTA. You can join by service network, you can join by school, and you can join by all Fort Worth ISD PTAs. Proud to say that I have joined all Fort Worth ISD PTAs, and I hope that my board and the cabinet will join me in that. And lastly, Eastern Hills leads Anna 15-13 at the end of the first period.
All right, thank you. I just want to mention that I was honored to be invited to read to the second graders at Rufino Mendoza Elementary School. The students are so enthusiastic and happy and attentive. I was joyed for the rest of the day to go there. So, and I think we're leading up to the Readers for Leaders Challenge. Trustee Bridges and Trustee Martinez. I think we're gonna have a three-person race. All right, so the time is 7:54. The date is Tuesday, February 27th, 2024. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076.
Fort Worth ISD's Gold Seal programs and schools of choice offer families and students the power of choice, now more than ever. To go beyond the basic and beyond the traditional, to find the pathway that's a match to a student. We've got a high school experience to match. Fort Worth ISD Gold Seal programs of choice are built for dreamers like you, the problem solvers, the curious minds, the creators of art and ideas. Gold Seal programs deliver expert guidance, hands-on learning, certifications, college credits, and community partners to support your learning. A great example are collegiate academies offered at several neighborhood high school campuses. Students earn enough college credits for an associate degree, tuition-free. And at P-TECH Collegiate Academies, students visit job sites, build relationships, and develop workplace skills and knowledge. Our community partners enrich every Gold Seal program to open doors to careers and to put you ahead of the herd. There's a Gold Seal pathway to fit your interest. Whether it's making machines run better and fly higher, or improving health and housing. Whether it's serving on the front lines or protecting citizens online. Bring your biggest dreams and determination here where you belong, in a Fort Worth ISD program of choice. Your choice. The atmosphere is electric at Fort Worth ISD Gold Seal Schools of Choice. These smaller, well-focused learning communities prepare students for college and careers in the most innovative ways.
This combines art and math.
Early college high schools merge high school, college, and careers. Students go to school on Tarrant County college campuses and can earn an associate's degree, tuition-free. Marine Creek Collegiate High School focuses on high academic achievement and skills for success. The Texas Academy of Biomedical Sciences is a hub of health science studies with hands-on laboratory learning supported by medical industry partners. TCC South Fort Worth ISD Collegiate High takes industry partnerships to a new level. Partners such as Encore and the Fort Worth Water Department help students build skills that industries want. Every school day hums with activity and empowerment at Young Men's Leadership Academy and Young Women's Leadership Academy. Future leaders are at work here, gaining knowledge, experiences, and character while developing lifelong strategies for success. Move toward your dreams at the I Am Terrell Academy for STEM and VPA. On the STEM side, students design and problem solve in a high-tech makerspace. In VPA, students train in state-of-the-art studios and perform in a magnificent hall. And humanities classes at I Am Terrell elevate the study of literature, history, art, and philosophy. Imagine learning multiple languages, exploring global cultures, and taking academic courses in English and Spanish. The World Languages Institute is perfect for students from Spanish immersion and dual language programs, and anyone eager to learn Spanish immersion style. Schools of choice are not just for older kids. Collectively, 4 applied learning academies serve kindergarten through 8th grade. Students apply their knowledge to solve real-life issues as they investigate the bigger world. Our Montessori program guides kindergarten through 8th grade students in multi-age classrooms that are safe and respectful. Students work through lessons, interact with others, cultivate self-discipline, and take early ownership of their education. A great start to a lifetime of learning. Learn more at fwisd.org/choices and pick your pathway to college, career, and lifelong achievement.
We want to take the time to say you are worth being thought of as being a hero in our city. General Michael E. Langley, he was named the first African American, the highest ranking person who received 4 stars with the Marine Corps.
It is amazing that the family is going to get to see this sign, but I love that all these high school students, as they graduate through here, are going to see this and they're going to ask the questions and they're going to Google and they're going to be taught about this. This was one of their alumni that's received such high honors, and that's got to be inspirational for generations. On behalf of the city of Benbrook, we hereby give this street the honorary name of General Michael E. Langley Way.
I never dreamt anything like this would happen, but I'm so glad that he's been honored.
This is a day of victory when we can stand back and look up and see a person who walked perhaps a couple of doors from here, up this street to this corner, and made a right turn and ended up in Western Hills High School. That person who didn't stop there, he ended up going through the hallways and the byways or whichever ways that allowed him to say, I'm a graduate of Western Hills High School.
He's going to be known for generations because of the history that he's made in his life.
He's the most humble young man that I know. He's not arrogant. He's just, I love him.
We were the cheerleaders, and we had these white boots with the tassels on them, you know. We thought we were off the chain.
What's it like for you to see what I Am Terrell has become?
It's fabulous. I'm known as the grandmother of Juneteenth. But hey, I'm everybody's grandma. I'm wanting the young people to know that to make themselves a committee of one. I just feel like there's so much more that has to be done. We know people who aren't on the same page we are on. And so we need to change their mind. Not gonna happen in a day, we're gonna have to work at it. But if people have been taught to hate, they can be taught to love. Robert Starr was my principal.
What kind of principal was he?
Very good. He was very knowledgeable, stern, but he had Miss Hazel Peace as his vice principal. Mm-hmm. You've heard of E.F. Hutton?
Yes, ma'am.
When Miss Peace spoke, you thought it was E.F. Hutton.
Miss Opal Lee.
Being able to learn and where we are now and what it's going to be like in the future, I tell you, I'm going to use the word, it's exhilarating.
This program was called Broadway Noir. Every year I kind of search for a program that we can do that's more inspiring and uplifting. This was all dedicated to celebrate African American artists on Broadway.
I think my favorite parts throughout the show are like the singing part.
I always, for this show, kind of bring back people, bring in people to help me out with it. And like I said, even the 2 students who were in the smoke jacket, those 2 young men just graduated, so they're alumni.
A lot of kids don't know about Broadway at all, especially Black Broadway. So being able to look at their peers and also hear and learn about new things of Black Broadway, opening their horizon.
I didn't really realize how influential theater was to the African Americans.
Kids, when they're When they're artistic, they're happier. When they're happier, they want to learn other aspects of their lives. I knew Proud Mary was going to be a showstopper, and that's what I explained to my dancers. I said, there's two moves. Dun-dun-dun. We have to do that in the Rolling on the River because everybody knows that. This is a journey taking you on a ride through Broadway from the 30s to today.
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 PM with the quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 10:48 PM with the quorum present. We're up to consent agenda items. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Trustees, we have been provided an opportunity prior to tonight's meeting to submit questions and receive responses concerning the consent agenda and action agenda items. Are there additional questions or comments at this time specific to consent agenda items? All right. Being as there are none, do I have a motion accepting consent agenda? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Luebanos, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion passes unanimously. Let's move to action items. Do I have a motion for the personnel recommendation discussed in executive session? Trustee Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Martinez, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Dr. Ramsey, would you like to introduce the new personnel?
Thank you. We just want to welcome Daryl Pryor to Fort Worth ISD. He's coming from not very far away, and so we're hoping that he can start relatively quickly. So congratulations, Mr. Pryor, and we'll see you soon.
Is he here? Dr. Ramsey, before we move forward with this item, would you like to provide us with a brief overview? Dr. Ramsey? Oh, you did that.
Mm-hmm. We can go ahead and move to the item itself.
Okay. We're to item 11D1A, discussion and action to approve School Health Advisory Council recommendation, human sexuality education curriculum and related purchase. This item requires a record vote, so please say your vote when I call your name. Do I have a motion? Oh, go ahead.
You ready? Okay. I move to approve the School Health Advisory Council's recommended human sexuality education curriculum and the related purchase.
Do I have a second? Second. Trustee Dar, any discussion? Trustee Ryan?
Discussion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. Regarding this item, I appreciate every person's thoughts regarding the choice of the SHAC committee, not only for those who spoke here this evening, but for the more than 170 emails I have received. And I appreciate the committee's work to move through this recommendation process. More than a year ago, I was able to point out the committee was not operating within the legal requirements of the state, and I appreciate Dr. Ramsey placing the recommendation process on hold until we could continue in a legal, thoughtful manner. More than a year of dialogue with parents, grandparents, students, and numerous healthcare professionals, I can state that nearly everyone agrees that abstinence does prevent pregnancies, and it's a law we have to follow, but also most people agree that there is no way to ensure abstinence. Unfortunately, it is apparent that many parents are not fulfilling their responsibilities to their children, having those difficult discussions at an early age. While those discussions are hard, they're necessary, and follow-up on them is even more important and even more difficult. As many people stated in our meetings, that education of their child is not a privilege, but is the parent's first right and first responsibility. So I encourage every parent to be that responsible person who cares enough about their children to have those discussions. And we have spent way too much money that would have been saved had the previous administration followed the law and established in the establishment of SHAC committee at that time. I will support the committee's choice of choosing the best, and would like to offer one final thought for those who sit on the outside of the arena. And if you don't understand that, go look at what Teddy Roosevelt said about being in the arena. And offer complaints. Those people offer complaints without solutions. Since even before I was elected, I've been willing to sit down with anyone over a cup of coffee and listen. And some have met with me and done that. While we might not always agree on the end of some cases, at least I was able to better understand someone else's concerns and weigh those concerns when the board was required to take action. So to the person that was talking to me about this earlier and called me a bastard, I'll have to say this. In 1950, a young lady in Slayton, Texas, had a relationship with a young gentleman, and 9 months later, I was born in Fort Worth, Texas, because the family said either you go get an abortion in Mexico or you leave. So she left. I was fortunate. Between Volunteers of America and the Masons, I won the adoption lottery. I had a great family and absolutely loved it. It was wonderful, and they were great to be with. And so all I can say to that gentleman, I'll use that term loosely, in my case, it was an accident of birth, but you're self-made. I give my time back. Thank you, ma'am.
Trustee Bridges?
This was a very heated discussion in many ways, and I'm glad that many of us came out to speak out against, in favor or against it. But I'm gonna speak just from a personal standpoint. I'll start off with that. I've always made it a point when it comes to my children having a very intense conversation with them about their bodies, about good touches, bad touches, or just conversating with them, period. And I think it's so often, so many of us are not having those conversations. My house has always was the house where everybody just kind of hung out with. And I found that many of the young people that my kids grew up with just were clueless to what was going on. And many parents who just were not having those real honest conversations. And in making this decision, for me, it was difficult. Because there are pieces of me can go in each one of those boxes. But in making the choice tonight, I'm encouraging every parent, because the energy that was brought into this room, I encourage every parent to leave with that same kind of energy. Sometimes it's not comfortable, but having those conversations. Because on a personal level, I want that conversation to come from me. That's me on a personal. But I'm realistic enough to know there are so many young people out there who don't have that, who don't have someone to pour into them. So it concerns me. But I'm glad that we were able to sit down and have a conversation. Because I sit down with many people who we were so far apart. But at the same time, and sit down and have a conversation and listen. And I hope this is an opportunity that we as a community, even though nobody's gonna get what they want at the end of the day, but this can be the beginning of us having a conversation. Thank you.
Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I started my career in education as a middle school teacher. One day, a student I knew approached me. She was noticeably upset, and as we talked, I discovered she thought she was pregnant. She thought this because she had been told by her parent that she would get pregnant if she kissed a boy while wearing a swimming suit. The state of Texas has outlined in statute a very specific, detailed process for a district to select a sex education curriculum. In January of 2023, this board became aware that Fort Worth ISD staff had not followed this lengthy, legally required process with the HealthSmart curriculum. Therefore, the board immediately requested a reset, and Dr. Ramsey responded accordingly. Because it was not vetted according to the law, HealthSmart was not and still is not a viable option for sex education curriculum in Fort Worth ISD. My sincere apologies to the students who were in a Fort Worth ISD health education class during the 2022-2023 school year who did not have access to a sex education curriculum. You deserve better. Thank you to Dr. Ramsey and staff for ensuring that Texas law was carefully and completely followed throughout this process of selecting a curriculum. And a huge thank you to the School Health Advisory Committee, also known as the SHAC, for countless hours of meeting, reviewing curriculum, responding to the community, and focusing on what is best for students. Students, you are amazing. I applaud you for showing up and for sharing your thoughts. You are articulate, thoughtful, poised, well-spoken, and clearly well-educated. Keep showing up and keep sharing your opinions because they are valued. Parents, I have stated this from the dais that the parent is the child's first and best teacher, and I stand by that comment. If, as a parent, you do not want your child to participate in the district-offered sex education curriculum, simply do not opt in. That's it. Do not opt in. You have the power to choose if your child will participate. Is choosing the best curriculum perfect? No. There is no such thing as a perfect curriculum in any subject. Are there concepts related to sex education not addressed in the choosing the best curriculum that I want my children to be aware of? Yes. And as their parent, it is my responsibility to have those conversations with them, and I have done just that. But I also recognize that not every parent does do that. I want to be very clear. I do not favor an abstinence-only curriculum as it does not provide adequate information for kids. Outside of the school setting, our children are bombarded with sexual content daily through TV shows, streaming services, social media, cell phones, video games, and printed materials, to name only a few ways. To think that children are not exposed to this information is naive at best and negligent at worst. What students learn from a sex education curriculum may be their only source of accurate information. I do prefer a comprehensive curriculum, however, that isn't the curriculum selected by the SHAC. But I also take comfort in the fact that in addition to the SHAC's recommendation, a group of 42 Fort Worth ISD health teachers also collectively ranked choosing the best as their #1 curriculum choice. Therefore, I will vote to approve the choosing the best curriculum for the following reasons. Because it is the only curriculum legally available for use in Fort Worth ISD. The only one. I do not want another year of students to go without access to a sex education curriculum. Because the SHAC was presented with 6 sex education curriculums from which to choose. The choosing the best curriculum was selected by and recommended by a majority of the SHAC and 42 health education teachers. This is how the process is designed by law to work. Because the board must govern within the confines of the existing laws. When and if those laws change, this board will act accordingly. Because sex education in our schools is desperately needed. In Tarrant County in 2022, there were 1,394 reported babies born of mothers between the ages of 10 and 19 years old. In addition, there were 5,576 reported cases of chlamydia, 2,098 reported cases of gonorrhea, and 263 reported cases of syphilis. All infected youth and young adults between the ages of 15 and 24. Because I believe that sex education is critically important. A person's understanding of his or her body and the mechanics of, the potential results of, and life-changing outcomes of being sexually active can drastically change the trajectory of a person's life in both positive and negative ways. And I will vote for this curriculum because one student thinking she will get pregnant if she kisses a boy while wearing a swimming suit is one student too many. Thank you.
Trustee Martinez.
Well, thank you, Trustee Dar. You stole some of my words right out of my mouth. I do have a question for staff. What percentage of Fort Worth ISD, or based on historical data, what percentage of Fort Worth ISD parents opt out of sex education for their children?
Last year, 97% of parents opted in to receive sex ed.
Thank you. I recently had, and like Trustee Dar, I also talked to my own children about this topic, and here recently I talked to my own 7th grader who did not have sex education last year. We were talking about some of the topics that we had seen on television recently, and so we were having discussions around sex education. And something that my child said to me was, despite, whether or not that we actually had the course, for you to think that we're not exposed to these topics and to these things outside of the classroom and outside with other mediums, it's pretty naive, it's pretty crazy. So luckily, again, as a parent that does talk to my child about these topics, I know that not all parents do, not all students have access to that kind of information. I want to thank everyone that has been involved and engaged in this process. Also want to ditto Trustee Dar in thanking the SHAC members who put hours into the process, and to the hundreds who gave feedback here today via email and reaching out to your board members. Students, I want to echo again, stay engaged, stay involved, especially in the things, the curriculums that affect you and impact you, and even look beyond this school board to, your state legislator and others. So just want to thank you for being engaged and involved in the process.
Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Thank you, Trustee Dar. Thank you, Trustee Martinez, for those words. Y'all did a beautiful job. I echo those sentiments. So I really only pushed the button because I'm having the opportunity to look at these students sitting right in front of me. I just wanted to look you in your eye and tell you thank you. I was going to do it after, because I'm not trying to do these things for show, but you deserve to be publicly acknowledged for what you've done tonight, the way you've carried yourself, the way you represent this district and your school. I could not be more proud of you all. Thank you. And believe me, you were heard.
All right, colleagues, well said. Let's move to voting. Attorney Rincon.
Will you do the roll call, please?
No problem. Okay, starting on the far left, Trustee Lynch.
I vote yes.
Trustee Bridges.
Yes.
Trustee Luebanos.
Yes.
Trustee Dar.
Yes.
Trustee Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Martinez.
Yes.
Trustee Phillips.
Yes.
Trustee Dr. Ryan.
Yes.
We have a unanimous vote. Let's move to the next item, 11E1A, discussion and action to approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for a GMP amendment for construction services for Rosemont Middle School renovations in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Luebanos, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Next item, 11E1B, discussion and action to approve increase to previously approved architectural services, engineering services, and professional services amount for W.C. Stripling Middle School in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Lynch, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. The time is 11:09 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.